I forgot to do my whole lighting setup. Let me turn off my face cam for 1 second because I am an idiot and I just forgot to do things. Christ. There we go. Now all is right in the lighting. Should be at the very least. So hey, welcome back. Hello everyone. We're back to Ace Attorney after a couple of weeks of not doing this. So yeah, we're definitely here. We're doing this for today and the next day for two reasons. One, we haven't done this in a long while. That is going to be a problem. Just gonna put that up there. We go. Because of the fact, we haven't done this for a couple weeks. Let me turn this up just a little bit. And for the simple fact that we are most of the way done through my schedule of spooky games. Turn me down for a second. Just a little bit. Actually, hold on. There we go. That should be fine. But we have not done we've done 2 out of the 3 games for my spooks. For spooky, spoopy, for spoopy, for. You've done 2 out of my 3 spoopy games that I want to do this year. What is going on with that? That's not normal. Right there. What is... I know why. Hold on. Let me just be right back. We turn off the face cam again. Turn off the face cam again. There we go. Okay. We're right back. Hello, Patata. So what was happening behind me was that there is a large piece of cardboard I have for when I get the adhesive spray for my big foam pads. So yeah. But anyway, haven't done this for a couple weeks, so we're going to be doing it for the whole week. And also 2 out of my 3 spoopy games that I have in the schedule have already been completed. So, the wiggle room I gave them was a little bit too much wiggle room. So we're hopefully gonna this whole week of Ace Attorney's not gonna do much in terms of schedule. Also, if Pilot Mike X is here, thank you for following at 12:37 in the morning today. I got that notification last night when I was, playing something, and I was looking. I was like, "Why did someone follow me on Twitch? Or whatever, it's another follower." Or maybe he accidentally followed. I don't know. He probably accidentally followed, and then. How does it feel to be so big, beefy, and thick? It must be awesome. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to your beauty distracted me. I'm not a big fan of being so thick. I don't think I'm thick with 2 C's. I think I'm just thick with 1 C and a K. Maybe 2 Ks. I don't know. Like, it's not... this thick does not feel good. It's not the sexy thick. It's more of the... it's more of the fat and I want to get rid of it thick, I love California people. Thank you. Thank you? Okay? Oh lord. Surfer dude, we have not even started. Sure, let's go. Alright, let me lubricate my throat. I have just realized I don't have much soda left. Go to break in about an hour. I will definitely do that. But so let's actually start first, and then we'll do the server. All right. Timer's like started, bro. Like, yo, like, bro. Okay, let's listen to the introduction here. All right. Listen to that wave of a introduction. Well, Mr. Strahd, it appears you find yourself in something of a predicament. Where the blue blaze have you been, eh? I think I was trying to do a bit of both accent there, bruh. Pardon? When a lady's in trouble, Trude's supposed to be there to help straight away, not an hour later. Harsh in my vibes there, bruh. Lord, just blunt she is about that, bruh. She's just like, yo, like I was in trouble. Where the fuck were you, dude? Oh, there's fucking Egbert. I still hate his name. Egbert Benedict. So weird, dude. Such a weird name, bro. And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Egbert Benedict. Still hate that name. I'm gonna say it every time it comes up, bro. You have in my eyes a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn. I beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit to the pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. The second is this. The time's up. Time's up. Alright. Now from one accent to the next. That was fun, thank you. You're welcome, Batata. You're very welcome. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation. One you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? Okay, so I gave him a bit of a posh British accent last time, but since I hate him so much, I'm gonna give him a voice I love doing, but I think would almost fit him more. Oh, go home. He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg. Are we just gonna keep eggs? We just gonna keep with this egg-themed punnery? White as a hard-boiled egg. It would seem that once again, Mr. Sholmes has made a flawless deduction. Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. The great deduction. The game is afoot. The game is a game. How many times I keep telling you this, Sholmes? Also, I don't know where my connecty thing is, so I'm playing with just 2 Joy-Cons. Anyway, first of all, we must ask ourselves of what business you ventured as pawnbrokery today. I just control spotlights whenever I snap my fingers. In any place, even outside. If I was outside right now, spotlight. out of nowhere. I control the sun. I am an eldritch god, you know. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. Sholmes, are you suggesting that this asshole posh British gentleman wants a job at a pawnbrokery? This man probably lives off of daddy's money. Like, this man went to Yale just because he could. This man has 2 cars. You know how expensive cars were back in those days? He has 2 cars and only drives one. One is to show off, one is to drive. And he doesn't even drive those cars. One of those cars is driven by his family chauffeur. This man... Sorry. The piece of paper on your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant realize that a man of your appearance has no needs of such employ. See, there we go, even you admit it. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. He's grabbed both ends of his cane and is ready to bash fucking Sholmes' head in. He is ready. He's like, give me a chance, motherfucker. I will. That cane which you unwittingly clutch into your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years. The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing... How do you say that? Terul? Terul? I would say Terul. The missing Terul. The end of a walking cane would be terminated. The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule, metal ferrule to protect the wooden tip. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip. I love his goggles. And yet, detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of the stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod that you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all, but a sword. If you pull out a sword from that motherfucker, I'm gonna be... on guard. Wait, what just happened? Is it a gun? Is it a gun? It's just a long gun. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you would inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Stop calling it a rod. You're talking about my cane or my penis, Sholmes? Which do you think? How big is your rod? That depends on how big your rod is, sir. Is that cane compensating for your rod, sir? I don't know, I'm in a mood today, I guess. Oh, fuck. Hold on, let me fucking... Hold on. There we go. That should be fine. Although I think that literally just triggered... God damn it, whatever. Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle? Mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod is the broken handle of a shovel. Sholmes, where are you going with this? I don't know where you're going with it. I need to know where you're going with this before I can subscribe wholeheartedly to this theory you have. Where the fuck are you going with this? Hold on. That should be fine. 7.1 decibels. Negative 7.1 decibels. What? Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. Now, which is more wild? The fact that last time we did a deduction like this, he said, "Ah, yes, you had a small lion in this, a large lion in this small apartment, or you took employment here, sir, to dig a hole to presumably find a treasure." Which is wilder? Which is Van Wild? What a calculated crime you have conceived, sir. Sir, a wickedly calculated crime. To tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. Alright, topic 2. Great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth you propose I could expect to find there? I forgot this man's fucking movements. I forgot this man just goes fucking dancing. Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I do as you say? Oh, but there is ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more than telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the counter, which you draw your eyes inadvertently draw. The letter gives notices of public works to be carried out in the local area. And according to this enclosed plan of the upcoming sewerage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that joins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. But this madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to a great vault of financial institution opposite. What are you... In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of underground tunnels? I want whatever drug Sholmes is on. I need this fucking... What is it? Fucking... What is... I need this imagination, that's the one. Imagination. Imagination. Master plan! Ooh. Which brings us to the last and final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off from this underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see this picture postcard? This one right here. Over my shoulder, right there. Tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway. And the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road. Pardon? Yes, the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it out in your hat, please. Your giant white top hat. Jesus Christ. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the pawnbroking puzzle. Yes, quite. Mr. Holmes? Well, Mr. Naruto? An impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree? Was it true about what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault? Indeed, though few know of its existence. It is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest of confidence, which you have now broken. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly, in fact. And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it? There can be one explanation for that. Clearly, it is because the man is a criminal. But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as you said, then buying a brand new shovel is surely the first thing he does when you reveal the secret. Oh. Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windbank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all. Oh my life, I assure you I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this taught you a valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care. One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out. Perhaps I'll think twice before confiding in you next time, Mr. Holmes. An excellent idea, Mr. Naruto. An excellent idea. Well then, Mr. Naruto, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's listen to that great deduction again. See if we can't massage it into shape. Massage it? More like fucking take a hammer to it. Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes' magnificent logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, by the way, I am wearing a Phoenix Wright shirt. It says objection, right here. Objection. I think it's backwards, actually. Oops. First of all, you don't need to listen to this. Claim to have followed the pickpocket here, having the redemption ticket stolen from you the street. What you really care about is this shit. Alright. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came in here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault across the road. So, convoluted as planned. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here at this particular point in time? Oh, okay, that's the camera. Human flyer. Cane. It's his stylish hat. Anything in the background? There's 3 things. Well, let's examine his stylish hat first. The silk top hat is whiter than white. Only an English gentleman could hope to carry off something so bright. But it looks so incongruous with his black overcoat, don't you think? Perhaps it's the latest London fashion. I mean, that's just guesswork, of course. How about it, Mr. Naruhodo? I think you look very fetching in a white top hat. Oh, well, you know, I think I might look rather incongruous with my black university uniform, so... God. That's a proper English gentleman's cane, isn't it? Looks very beautifully polished. Look at the beautifully polished brass on the handle. Yes, but Mr. Sholmes is right. In that, it's not the sort of handle you usually see on a cane. That's just the latest on fashion. I mean, that's just guesswork, of course. Perhaps you could adopt a cane, Mr. Naruhodo? It might rather suit you. I have a feeling it might argue with the sword around my waist. Yeah. Yeah. It certainly is a flyer for Mr. Windibank's shop. Let's see. Windibank wants you! Pawnbroker's assistant required. It's an eye-catching advertisement, that's for sure. I've seen the same flyer up here inside the shop, I think. Perhaps Mr. Windibank is always in need for more staff. So Mr. Benedict came here to apply for a job? That's just too hard to believe. Yeah, that is definitely very hard to believe. Okay, so I think it's in back of him. The camera is always weird. Me. Anything on the desk? No, it's either the stylish hat, the cane, or the fucking staff recruitment flyer. So I'm going to guess it's the cane? No. Okay. Then it has to be the stylish hat, which is very weird to me. Come on. So it's weird that it would just be the Windibanks today. He might look like a smartly dressed man about town, but perhaps he's destitute, really. Pawn shop that the man was looking for. Well, I mean, all we have left is the stylish hat to hold on. No, okay. It's got to be the stylish hat, which is weird. No. Then what on his person is it? There's only 3 things. It's the staff recruitment flyer, which is not one of them, the cane, and the stylish hat, both of which we have proved are not the case. Alright. Oof, sorry about that. Oh. It's not the tie, it's not... anything on his face. Little buttons? Oh. Oh. Drift was working against me again. There's nothing else on his person. I have to present the staff recruitment flyer. What is it then? There is nothing else on his person. What the fuck is it? There's nothing else on him. There's nothing else on him. Well, okay, if there's nothing else on him, then it's gotta be something in the background, right? It's gotta be something in the background. Is it the fucking shovels? No, it's not the shovels. It doesn't look like there's anything in the background to fucking click on now. It's the staff recruitment flyer, the cane, and the stylish hat. There's nothing else on him. What do you want me to click on, game? That's the cane still. What is the fucking... Hold on. No, there's nothing on the top of his stylish hat. Well, let's search it again, maybe? No? Okay. What do I need to click on, then? Oh, jeez, I'm sorry. There is literally nothing on him. Hold up. If the game is going to be like this, it's the one. This is not one. Another guide to chapter 5. Cool. Yes. Investigation part 1. Oh, oops. No. Course correction, there we go. On the back side of the the thing we're looking at right now. I did not even notice that. I'm a fucking idiot. Alright, cool.
Oh, look at the scribbled note on the back of the flyer here.
I don't believe it.
What is it? What is it?
Listen to what it says. Name, Gina Lestrade, height 5'2", green cap, scruffy waistcoat, grubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade.
Goodness!
There's even a sketch of her and all. Although, if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smoke grenade launcher in his face for sure.
And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windanks Pawnbrokery, Baker Street, redemption deadline 15th of April.
Which is today's date. Why did Mr. Benedict need to have all this information pulled on the back of a piece of paper? Well...
Take that!
I'll be fucking damned, alright. Yes, what brought you... Sorry. Yes, what brought you into today's shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade. Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing on and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket Miss Lestrade and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given the chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is a thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you to here today, by which I mean here to Windibank's pawnbrokery, and today the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. Humph. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade? In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. Oh yeah, the cane literally clutched your person. Incredible contradiction. I just want to see what John uploaded a video. I want to see what the video is. Kabuki Quantum Fighter. That sounds amazing. Sorry. Sorry about that. Alright. Not a rot. I've had this skin for years. Yeah. The missing ferrule. What's a ferrule?
It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruto.
Ah, the bit that makes the nice clacking noise on the pavement?
Yes, exactly, and Mr. Sholmes is right. It appears to be missing on this cane.
But it doesn't actually look broken, does it?
No, it doesn't, though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious.
In other words, there's something secret about that cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we didn't know. What? Yeah, okay, the initial... Hold on. God damn it. Initialing. Hey, stop it. Stop it! This drift is definitely not doing me any favors here. Look here, Mr. Sato. There are some letters on the handle.
Ah, yes. Those must be the initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their names, the first letters of their names.
Well, that is not E or B.
So Herlock Sholmes would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously. Oh. AG? Why does that feel as though that's not quite right? Well. Anything else suspicious on this cane? Missing Verwood, I guess. The end of this cane is just bare wood. Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, this is where the shovel blade would have been attached. Couldn't it just be that the tip fell off? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I couldn't possibly speculate.
Yes, well, it's the initialing then. Oh, oops. Did not mean to press A. I meant to press... Why was my thing all the way there? X.
Take that!
Nice!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing. A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict?
Mr. Eggert Benedict.
Eggs. I fucking love eggs.
I don't. I don't actually like eggs. It's just a meme in my group. At one point we were playing, I think, a Rock Band. And, we were all in the front. We were all in one of our, I don't know, one of my now ex-friend's garage. And we were playing Rock Band. And we had a table set up in the back for pizza. Because we usually went to Little Caesars and grabbed a pizza for hangouts because it was cheap. So at one point, Chris is talking to his girlfriend in the back, and we're all playing Rock Band. Song ends, conversation ends, and all of a sudden, we just hear Chris go, "I fucking love eggs." And he's got upside down glasses on, and we look to him, he's like, it's just a really good scene. It just, and the "I fucking love eggs" is just etched into our group history. He's like, I forgot what the actual context was, because he doesn't like eggs either. But it's just I fucking love eggs. The image is like burned into my brain too.
We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Ib. Yet in a most possessive manner, you have in your grasp a cane that bearing the initials AG. Ag. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree?
No, you're wrong. This cane isn't yours.
You said before that you had that cane for years. You had that cane for years.
Oh.
So don't try to tell us that you just borrowed it from a friend or found in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name.
Oh, thank God his name is not Eggert Benedict.
You recoil, sir. Something wrong? And in your recoiling, you would inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. This handle, which you have evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding the riddle, you see. Let's consider the bare bones of what happened here. Mr. Starr redeemed that fine-looking overcoat, and now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name. I really should have known that the name Eggert Benedict was a fake name. Really should have seen that. She's seen that coming. Makes more sense than it being a real name. This Egbert Benedict is the fucking stupidest name. Although Frank Saw It is a really good one. No, actually, Frank Saw It's a good one. And claiming the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified as Mr. Saw It from a written description, which suggests that everything else... My tongue and mouth are not cooperating with me today, so that I may correctly say words in a quick manner, so that I may do this in a quick manner as well. So now I am contorting my tongue and lips, so that I may do this. Anyway. Which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. The overcoat. The overcoat. The stylish hat again. Ah! Oh, excuse me? Excuse... Aha! A split seam. Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart, look! So it is. Do you know a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said? Thought I heard him rather strange noise. It sounded like a bit like a... That's what it was! Like a tiny growl. That's what that noise was. Okay. But now I think it was probably the sound of the seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening at the front. If you were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. I'd like to see. That I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? Would she find it hot or humorous? What is going on here? She's really giving this some thought. I'm assuming humorous. Like, that I would like to see. That's funny. Anyway.
Take that!
The split seam, which you have evidently liked to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Oh. Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a poor fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. The catalogue of untruths has been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article the young girl redeemed from the Mr. Winterbank. But what really irks me is this. A considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. It doesn't bother me that you stole from an obviously poorer woman. But what irks me is the fact that now that this is the explanation, the shit I just explained is completely out the fucking window. Alright. First must explain the details of this elaborate crime given the planning. This is utterly absurd. Gentlemen. Oh. Reading this article in the proper manner using the watchword. Oh, hold on. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed a means to filch some laundry article of pawnage? Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner using the watchword? His movements are still the weirdest. Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place, how could I possibly have known the relevant details? No c'est Paul? No c'est Paul? I think that's no and Paul. It's probably not. That this is just a French term, and I assume "oh" is just the basis of their language. No c'est Paul. Actually, Devin took French in high school. I should send that sentence to him, see if he knows it. Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are the only two unaware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I have hoped. What? Learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice, which your eyes. Yeah, no, not the council notice. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Ow. Oh god, my body is a little tired. I don't know why. I've done nothing all day. After this deduction, I think we'll take a break. The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would have never allowed you to redeem the article. Or looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article if it was yours or not. The question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Not the council notice. Lamp. Notelet. What does this notelet do? Look at this, Mrs. Sato. Ah, it appears to me a memo that Mr. Windibank scribbled to himself. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, Professor! Mr. Windibank must take note of watchwords his customers give him right before their eyes. Ah, and an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see? His eyes were drawn to the revolver. You gonna shoot up motherfuckers. Or put a cap in their ass. Ugh, sorry. Go Hodgepodge, give us everything. Give you everything in what way?
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet. Well, what? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. If you mean love, then I will give you all the love, of course. Love you all. Love you all for being here. Anyone who is here and is nice and civil, it's great. I love it. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. Your head. Thank you. Is it receding yet? I'm 25. Receding yet? He asks the customer for a watchword and notes down the response uttered on a notelet that he has to hand. He has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker. But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages. What are you talking about? is increasingly apparent that you were present in this. That you were present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. Forgot his ta-da. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Winterbank. The diligent pawnbroker made a note of the watchword, and as is his common practice, you observed the writing, him writing the word professor on the note beside the ledger. Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal a pawned article from the young Mr. Lestrade. Master plan? Yeah. Which brings us to the last and final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that, article from the pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally, you had very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, the picture postcard tells us all we need. Yeah, it's not the picture postcard. The articles were talking about the overcoat and the music box disc that was in one of the pockets. Which according to Mr. Winterbank isn't even worth a penny. And yet this man went such lengths to steal them. Why? I wonder if perhaps you already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I better have a thorough look at the evidence we've collected so far. We have two pieces of evidence, so it's the disc then. Well, let's examine it first. I see. For McGilded? This man's related to McGilded. In some way, shape, or form. Friend, family, distant relative, close relative, employee. I don't know. Man, he owes a debt. Well, I mean, doesn't owe it now. He's burned alive. And a scrolled word or two. It looks like somebody's name. For McGilded. McGilded? It couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? Hold on. This looks better now, actually. I'm an appropriate distance away, so it should look better now. Alright. All those little bumps on the disc. They're so tiny. Yeah. The protrusions are called pins. Block the teeth that go into the make notes. And just on the edge, there's a small amount of blood. Yes, the blood of the mysterious Mr. Eggert Benedict. I hate his name. I hate his fake name, sorry. When Miss Lestrade tried to grab the disc from him, the pins scratched the fingers, it seems. Like when you're grating some daikon radish and accidentally cast your finger. Ouch, just thinking about it hurts. It puts me off eating radish. Alright, well now...
Take that!
Aha! You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that on the back? It reads for McGilded. Ugh. Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded. The unfortunate philanthropist who perished in a curious circumstance at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his lone-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you squeezed yourself into. Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve the article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. No! To acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary. Elementary, my Mr. Naruhodo. Elementary. Elementary. Well, Mr. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Mr. Sato. Well, according to what Mr. Windemek told us earlier, today was the final day on which the code could have been redeemed, was it not? Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited. Well, today is the 15th of April, so 2 months ago today would have been the 15th of February, sir. That's right. I was all carefully recorded in my letter. Deposited at 10:30 p.m., I see. What? But that suggests... Yes. No, that wasn't the day he died, did he? That wasn't the day he... There's no way. Yes, 15th February is precisely the date on which the omnibus murder took place. And 10:30 in the evening. It's precisely the time which the terrible events were unfolding. Then how? Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence. You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However, I must take my leave. Oh, Jesus! I was just gonna leave. Where was he concealing this firearm? It must have been under its hand. It must have been under his hat. I must insist you hand over the music box disc now. It would be a terrible shame to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? I know there's no way, but just in case. Absolutely fucking not. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. He's gonna point it at himself. He's gonna point it at himself. Mr. Winterbank, this is my shop. I can't let any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take...
This is not funny, game. This is not funny at all.
Mr. Winterbank, no! I don't know who that is. Alright, that's enough. Ah! Inspector Gregson! Inspector? That's right, Sunshine. Alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lines. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, Oh, praise be, you're here at last. There's moments away from fighting my own life in my own very own establishment. He's still pointing at us. It would seem you have the upper hand. Right, you lot have got to explain to do. I don't appreciate being bothered by some petty argy-bargy. Argy-bargy? Okay, I'm gonna, on that note, I'm gonna take a break. I'll take a regular 10-minute break, as we usually do. What am I doing? Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna go clock. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break as per the usual, and I suggest you guys go get a snack, get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if they need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we'll have our good friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I will see you guys in a bit.
We were a little late coming back because I forgot to take a piss break. At the end of like when it was like when there was like 25 seconds left, my bladder went, "You have to piss. You have to piss now." So also watching TikToks. I've gotten into, like I said, I've gotten into TikTok. I should put a TikTok advertising my Twitch on my TikTok. I have like one follower. Actually, I think I have three. Two of which being my friends who already know I stream. But anyway, also Argy Bargy. Like, was that an actual slang for argument? Argy bargy sounds like a kissy word for it. Someone having an argy bargy with their friend here. There's someone having an argy bargy. Cute. You don't get to use cutesy words when someone pulled out a gun for their argy bargy. At that point, it's not an argy bargy; it's a threat, and that's technically illegal, isn't it? Petty. Mr. Winterbank was nearly met with his end, and so were we. Hold on. Yes, by its own gun, as far as I can tell. Oh dear. And the whole of Britain could meet its end if I don't get to the bottom of this case I'm supposed to be working on. What? What on earth is the case, Inspector? Spare no detail, Gregson. I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station. But of course, Inspector. What the fuck? Did he fucking ballerina twirl away? Away! If I could ballerina twirl in my chair, I would ballerina twirl in my chair. No, I'm gonna knock shit over and hurt my foot, probably. He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle the beat officer, too! Beat, beat. I know what he means. Sir! There's been a spate of thefts at pawn shops around here recently. So I've fitted emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble. Oh, Inspector, I was very worried here for a while. Very worried indeed. Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning. Oh. Permanently in mourning. It's because he's wearing black. Oh, yes? I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGill. It's down to the yard, thank you very much. So I hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything that belonging to Mr. McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. As evidence? If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours. It's all yours, Inspector. Gah. 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 And so we handed Mr. McGilda's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And we summarily turfed out the we're summarily turfed out the shop and onto the street. We continued. So according to the guide I was looking at, so that I can really check that, right? Get myself into a hole of not truths. Yeah, there's 4 parts investigation and 4 parts trial, so we're not even halfway done. Save your current progress. Yeah. Now where are we? Oh, we're just in part 2. Sweet. Oh, I need to. All right. 15th April, Baker Street.
See, that's why, grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from ya.
Oh, really, Mr. Stodd? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm?
What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, do you let me keep it after I looked daggers at him for long enough? He went through his pockets and said, then said, "Go on, have it before telling me to scarper." Always pays off giving people who look like you ate them.
I can't help feeling it's going to get you into serious trouble one day.
What? I really want this. What? I really wanted this nice shiny disc, mind?
The music box disc? But Mr. Winterbank said it was practically worthless.
I think I'm gonna have another bash, give him a long hard stare.
I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Winterbanks again today.
Why not? That's not fair.
It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Winterbank.
But that disc's mine. I have the ticket for it for this coat, and it was in the coat pocket. And there should be something else, and there should be something else and all. That's what the Rotten Cove said, ain't it?
Yes, he did something about another article, didn't he?
Well, then that's mine too, whatever it is.
Now she's really pushing her luck. Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day.
Yeah, and it's all your fault. It's all your fault, Sholmes.
So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening?
Eh?
Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. No, Tar. Oh.
Why would I come round your place, eh? Have you lost your head or your head or something?
And there she goes.
Oh dear, she's gone.
Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. When she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Sorry about that. My knee hit the fucking desk. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad to feel company later too. Sorry? I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you.
Oh, how exciting! What is it?
You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later then. Okay, I guess I get to examine things. All the different things in the window of this shop.
Ah, that's Winterbank's, the pawnbrokery.
It looks much smarter than a pawnbroker's in Japan, doesn't it?
Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally.
Reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen.
felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Got a little harder to do the fire. Doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Stronger. It would have been 2 months when you started taking lodgings here in Mr. Shom's office. Oh, wow, it's literally right next to us, okay. Still can't quite believe it. Never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know! To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. It's Batman? No, that's a lie. Batman's not even the world's greatest detective. That's, what was it? What was his name? They're like Detective Chimp? Or whatever the fuck. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I'll have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. No, just in case I fucking, like, Susato throws someone, like, a little too hard. You know, on accident. Is there anything else? Look like it. Alright, well. Oh, oops. Hold on 1 second. Oh god. Come on, come on, come on. Now we move. Shom's is sweet. Oh, we actually get this angle. I don't think I've seen this angle. Ah, Susie and Runo, come in, come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Come on, you'll never guess. Look at those little eyes of her shining. We don't have the heart. We don't have the heart. We don't have the heart to tell her, do we? Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny, isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. Can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. Why would you want to learn that? Oh yes, that does sound like fun. Ryunosuke, really? I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Shom's up to? Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here. What? I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize when he gets like this. He's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes. Hurley does. Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except Iris is clearly the parent here. It's true. Come to think of it, I wonder what her real parents are. What's the matter, Runo? You have such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes? You're wondering, am I right? How did you know? Oh, Bruno, I can read you like a book. Ugh, this girl is dangerous. Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind. I guess converse then. Alright, Ginny. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilda case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher? Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away and searches again. Uh-huh, yeah. Sounds like friendly behavior to me. Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I let her have the latest colorist smoke grenade I've deployed. Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Mr. Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I got bored of it anyways. Hurley really always reacts the same when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
Just hope she does actually come. Living with Sholmes. Sounds like a reality TV show. Living with Sholmes. Now on MTV. Whoa. Bim bam boom. Welcome to MTV. Extreme bowling. Leonard. Sorry. I watched the Smosh Try Not to Laugh challenges. I really like them. Really funny. A lot of them are really strange and dumb, and that's my kind of humor.
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is I live here with Hurley, haven't you?
Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents?
My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore.
Oh.
My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go far away land because one of the other cases he and Hurley were working on...
You and Hurley were working on?
Oh.
Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes! Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together.
She did mention that before.
He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in this metal chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all?
So, you mean it's true, Mr. Sholmes? Really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases? Oh yes, I mean it's always nice to have one, isn't it?
So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father?
Exactly. Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest, but that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. And you found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me that's when I found out the author of all these accounts was my father.
So, his father was Mr. Sholmes' partner.
I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So, it came to...
Oh, audio cut out there for a second.
Came as quite a shock when Hurley told me it wasn't really my daddy. I mean... Must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways rubbed off on me. There's some things I can just see. Especially lies. I know when people are lying before they open their mouth sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was always so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, actually. I've always assumed Richard Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything as soon as he solves a case. It all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. The other day was so embarrassing as usual. He totally forgot the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. I'm sure you're wondering why I've called you here today. Yeah, why have you called us here today? Didn't you solve the case last time? Yes, I have. But I've completely forgotten what the case was and how I solved it. So, I'll be solving it again today. It was quite a shock for everyone. You can say that again. Share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Iris's father, who went to some distant land, was a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. No, I completely forgot that was his name. Oh, God. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine in Imperial Yume University. The man in the most bizarre circumstances lost his life just before he left Japan. Mr. Sato. Yes? Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that would be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you! Mr. Sholmes! Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Huh. Well, no matter. Now, so how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? What are you talking about, dear madam? Is he okay? Oh, never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows. Oh, another music box disc? No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we handed over as evidence, Mr. McGilden's disc. Why do we have it then? Oh my. Then what is it doing here? You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think though I have an undeniable turn for detection
I may as well have been more adept at larceny.
Oh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runa could be our go-to lawyer if we got caught.
I'm sure Ryunosuke would love that prospect. Don't you? Right.
Plus, Susie has such a beautiful handwriting, she could write all of our menacing crime
Notifications. Dear Mr. Bank Owner. Dear Mr. Policeman. Could have saved her. Sorry, the snowman, I think it's called. It just popped into my head. One of the worst fucking snowmen. One of the worst fucking movie posters. Because it was just... The movie poster was, Dear Mr. Policeman, you could have saved her, and a shitty drawing of a snowman, and then there was the movie poster. On like a piece of like crumpled or like a little like worn paper. That was the poster. That was the movie poster. And it was dumb. And in the trailer, like the dude who said Dear Mr. Policeman sounded like he was trying to do Jigsaw. Like he sounded like he was like trying to do, you want to play a game? But it was more like, Dear Mr. Policeman, you could have saved her.
Yes, I'd be delighted.
I love that everyone's up for this, and Ryunosuke's like, what the fuck? What? I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Verse. The music box disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? Thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. Chocolate?
It's a bar of caramel, Mr. Shons.
Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes, you did. But I still don't understand. It was at precisely that moment I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this. That's amazing. And also, what the fuck? The disc and all its minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. What? Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution.
How extraordinary!
Carrying a pair of these on one person frequently proves very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press and a unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will. And never without high sucrose nourishment. One, I don't think a caramel key would actually work. Yes, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to what manner the music would be from when the disc was played. I wonder what the music is.
Do tell us then, Mr. Shons. What music does the disc play?
Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None
None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Bruno? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb that produces the sound. Small protrusions block the different teeth of the comb and rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music box to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. But over time, the new type of player was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are many great firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It's wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of this invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? It means we need to find a music box to play it. As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match with that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested a disc in one of those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. I can hear it. It just sounds really bad and disjointed. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe. Jesus, how much money do you have at you have probably a lot of money at your disposal. That's why you have so much shit in your fucking... Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types of Europe will amount to a huge amount of music boxes, won't it? Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? It's like, if I cannot fit all of these music boxes in my house, you will be asked to leave. Hold on 1 second. That on the screen, on the phone. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Are we really gonna go back to that case again? Oh. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. A shred of evidence remained. The man's death. The truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilded's innocence in the trial, newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. Because it really was. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice fired Mason. And the truth of the matter remains a mystery. Still have no idea what happened that night. And although Mr. McGill was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear the case is not yet closed. Yeah, technically. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before too long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. There. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes, you may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windermere said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, or his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windermere's storeroom gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well, there may be the occasional mix-up caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. You have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hounds of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. That is an actual. I'm pretty sure that's an actual Sherlock Holmes story in like the real world. Oh, sorry about that. Ow. Oh, that hurt. Oh my god. Hold on. Did she say something wrong? What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's, Did you steal it? It's because Mr. Sato was such a great fan of all the stories of Mr. Sholmes, of course. But, you know, the Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see? So that's what the manuscript is at Winterbanks? And yet, how could Susie know the title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? What is Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. There she is. Miss Lestrade,
Lestrade. Alright, guess the Hawkeye trailer is dropping tomorrow.
If this was a bad idea, I knew I wasn't welcome. I'm going. No, wait, Miss Lestrade. We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Oh, yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's been a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please make yourself at home.
Don't stand there in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some, Mendelssohn? Mendelssohn, I would assume. I won't take no for an answer. Meddlesome it is, then.
Kitty! Kitty! No.
I guess everyone's here. That evening, Iris prepared us a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholm's violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we all came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. That's not exactly the best thing, but okay. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves well into the night. And then we're gonna wake up and someone's gonna be murdered.
It was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? Oops. Wasn't it?
Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. Mr. Naruhodo, why did you mimic my voice for a second?
And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now.
Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Naruhodo-san, could I consult you about something, I wonder?
What's the matter, Susato-san?
It's about the telegram I received.
Ah. The one that arrived first thing this morning. Oh no, I suppose.
I've been summoned.
What? Summoned? What do you mean?
The telegram was from Lord Chief Justice's office, but Strongheart has asked to see me.
The Lord Chief Justice? When?
Tomorrow morning.
Wait, what? Then we have to start preparing at once!
Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone.
Alone? What on earth for?
I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow.
What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Yeah? Look, same here. Same here, Ryunosuke. Knock, knock. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Iris, of course.
Good evening, friends!
Ah, Iris, hello again. Oh, and Gina.
And Gina, too! Yes, Ginny's going to be staying out with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny?
Well, yeah.
How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? Oh, those things Ginny showed us. Wasn't it wonderful? Oh, you mean all those pickpocket techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. Wait, what? That's mine! Oh my, however did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So, anyway, yeah, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So, this is your office. This is your office, isn't it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy my chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too.
Wow. Fuck you. What the hell, Iris?
Still has something she'd like to talk about.
Hey, Malwarebytes? Shush.
I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript.
Yes, I suppose she probably does.
Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh, no, not at all, Iris, not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but... It's a story you made up, is it, Iris? Mantle script, or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but... my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner.
Eh?
They solved all sorts of strange mysteries and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister?
Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though.
And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based off what actually happened. So, where's your man now, then? He had to go on urgent business to a faraway land. He'll be gone a very long time.
Yeah, very long time. Oh, Jesus.
So I've never really met him.
Oh, right. I'm gonna think of it. I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Is that a good idea? And the Baskervilles. Iris, the Hunt of the Baskervilles story. I take it that's another tale inspired by your father's accounts.
That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow from the other cases, I mean.
Oh? How?
I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written it, I showed the manuscript to Hurley. He turned as white as a sheet. The first time I've ever seen him like that. It pains me to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works. I'm not at liberty to say. Not now, so please do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris. When the time is right. He definitely does show the, that fatherly quality. I do like him as a father figure in this, story. Okay. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Winterbeck, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. Well, she's 10. I mean, that's why he is keeping secret like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. Eh? If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. I think so too. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But I can't put the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris, bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? Why would you make poor Iris question that? How dare you, madam? Your parents. I realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us. The minute we were born, not even our mums. Aww. Iris was an orphan too, technically. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they don't ensure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift someone's pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. It's like Robin Hood, ain't it? I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I don't think about it sometimes. Do you think about it sometimes? What it would like to be our parents, I mean. I saw it make everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. Sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you've never had them, you don't feel like you always wanting to meet them. She is just being super blunt, and it is just breaking Iris. Please stop. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Ah! You're breaking me! Jesus Christ! Wish there was alcohol in that cup. Oh, Iris. Honey. What was the motive for that crime? Did we find out what the motive was? Because I don't think we found out the motive. Oh, Iris. Jones's lie. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes' slang to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped the mantle script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why did you think that, Gina? Simple. That story was really in on Winterbank's storeroom. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something. Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that. Believe me. Bare-faced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realised it yet. Gina, get the fuck out of here if you're going to fucking hurt Iris's feelings like this. She does not deserve this. She is a cute little cinnamon bun and deserves to be protected. How dare you? I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Winterbank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. As soon as a lawyer like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I didn't mean I think he sold it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Oh my goodness, look at the time! Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please don't mention any of this to Harry, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina.
I don't wake up with a murder. Like, that's what's going to happen.
You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning, I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris. Sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes you speak just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. Yeah. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night, too. Naruhodo-san? Dr. John H. Wilson. Iris' father. But also, the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. And as he drifts off to sleep, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room. The bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. When speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe that girl has gone home. Been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? She broke in. She broke in and is looking for the manuscript. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Winterbank's... Oh no. It's simple. That story was really in old Winterbank's storeroom. There's no way someone would have my phone around the world. In other words, you could know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you.
Oh yeah, I don't need to read these. Whatever. Read them anyway.
Could Gina have gone? It seems you have knowledge of this situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Mr. Sato?
Oh no. Something tells me we're going to find a murder scene. In which case, I'm going to empty my bladder, so we're going to take a break. It was very crass, I'm very sorry. Just had to make a joke there. So let me take a 10-minute break. I do need a bit of a refill, and I do need to pee. So I suggest you guys go get a snack, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, feed your animals if you have any, if you need to be fed, and also let them out. And as always, we will be having our friend Sora running the stream while we are gone. So I will see you guys in a bit. Alright, we're back. I did not refill, but I did empty. The door to Windibank's, it's open. And the lamp is burning. Must be Gina, mustn't it? I just hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something's afoot inside. There's no one here. Oh yes, there is. Shit! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruto. But after them, go! Right. Blast! I've lost them. Hello, what have we here? The lot was just racing this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about it? Are we accused of something again? Is this how we're going? Are we going to be 3? Are we just going to be accused of 3 out of 5 of these cases? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? The policeman close behind me. I ran back to the windbanks. I love that he opened up with, hello, hello, what have we here? Amine!
Mr. Jones!
Mr. Narado.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
Oh, there's Mr. Windibank. And Gina!
It's Gina!
Oh, fuck. Yes, I am closely paying attention. Thank you for noticing. Wow, okay. Sweet. Well, we're getting through the parts of the investigation phase pretty quickly, I would say. Jesus. The unspeakable story. Alright. Thank you. Decided to save again because I usually just forget to save. Bang. Ah, I'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. And she has a pistol in her hand. Great. It's Gina! From that moment, Windbank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. Just before dawn, before I was allowed back into my lodgings at 221B. April 16th. Yeah. Oh, Iris. Telegram came, but all it said was, wait at home. Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have sent it. Have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, it was alone. Hurley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Iris. I'm sorry to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. Ah! He was shot. We discovered in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw the police carriages pulling up outside his shop. So I knew something must have happened there. Something must have happened there. When we entered Windibank in the small hours, she disturbed a gang of two thugs. They ran out onto the street and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose? I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh? Why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that! I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her?
I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. Sholmes' situation. Sholmes has been shot! So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's no good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered Windibanks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley? Shot? No. It's all right. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Citrus. They're attending him there. I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. Did the bullet not go all the way through? It was the two thugs that were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when they disturbed him, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry, it's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. So, sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they'd went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, you know? On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Oh god, I hate this. I hate seeing Iris like this. The precious cinnamon bun that Iris is just does not deserve this, dude. I don't like this. Where's Susie, Renault? She is still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. Mr. Sato stayed behind at the scene to attend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. I see. Besides, one of us has to come back with had to come back to be with Iris. Glad the Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. Oh, darling. God, I hate this. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two things? What are the two things talks with the scene? Why aren't they prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? She's not dead. Iris. No, I mean, Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. The storeroom door was locked from the inside. Another locked room mystery, I believe. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Ginny was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room. Yes, exactly. How did you know? If it's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? Well... what can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Bruno. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to a scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh, yes, I'd love to! Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. I can see it ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Oh man, she is. God, I love attic rooms, don't you? They're so exciting. Oh, she has something to say about everything. That's so cute. I love that. So I guess we'll go to St. Sina's first. April, 16th, St. Sina's Hospital, Ward 3. Hurley! Oh. He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Harley was a big baby and the bullet wound wasn't so bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury, Mr. Sol. Don't say that in front of fucking... Don't say that in front of her. Oh. Hello, what have we here? It's the same police officer. Orders off limits, no visiting. What are you doing in here, eh? Well, I'll have you know, we're Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am, sir. Our little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. Great mystery solver as a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, I'm sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he's currently in the operating theatre, ma'am. I had to go in an extensive operation. Extensive? It's been several hours since he went in. Hey, police officer, let her down gently, please. None of you saw that. None of you saw that. None of you saw that. Just fucking like this mic arm is a bit, I know it, like, I just got it, but it is a bit broken. It is a bit shit. I probably accidentally made it that way because I was trying to turn things and, you know, see how it, you know, went. And one of the things is the arm, like this part of the arm, like right here along the is can be extended to be like an L shape, but the corkscrew thing just turns indefinitely, so I think I broke that part. It's been several hours since you went in. Oh dear, is he going to be all right? Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is. Oh! I've heard a report that gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Oh. Anyway, I think it'd be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours, yet. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Oh. Poor Iris. She's like, no, my dad. Basically, you know,
her dad. It has barely been 3. It has not even been 3 hours. I'm actually surprised. Oh no, Gina. Hello, Gina. Why did they let you keep that? Oh, you still have the grenade launcher, Hurley, and I made. I wish you wouldn't point at me all the time, though. What are you here for? Ginny, I have a feeling it's because that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Ah, well, you can't. So, sorry? You hurt? Get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. They saw me 10 cents and they can do a pawn shop any day of the week. Let's just see what I can lay my hands on, get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny, I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Same cove by the by before same cove by before came and said he'd be a lawyer for me or something like that. Said it was my right or something. But I told him he'd get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. She's like, I want him. I want Mr. Naruhodo, please. He's done, I need him. Why are you being like this, Ginny? They're strong, independent women who don't need no men. That's really what it is. I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away? I wanted me to sign some papers, representing papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, whole trial. Pin it on me because I'm a kid. Well, that's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me. Growing up in the back slums my whole life. If you do what grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold and out and nearly snaffled in the back of it. Can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gonna be grass, dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it. Ginny! Don't you trust Bruno? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. Yeah, no, we're not taking no for an answer, kid. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I figured to pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. The old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't you obvious? Place it full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work. Half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest! What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make you make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Oh, don't be daft. You can't believe nothing.
Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? And I'm gonna guess, yep, okay. Figure. What did you mean before, Gina? Gina, when you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. A photograph of Prince? Or a really adorable cat. Found out one of the pockets of his coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what a little photograph is doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Jimmy. White cat photograph has been entered the court record. I am going to inspect that shit. Someone back. I know there is. I knew it. Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th February, 9 PM. Article deposited 1 small box. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th April, 9 PM. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket? 13th February? That could be significant. Just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? Small box. Doesn't tell us much about it, does it? You know, if Mr. McGill saw the ticket, then presumably you never redeemed the article. So, do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Yes! If something Mr. McGill deposited, we need to investigate. I do like the cat. That is a very nice cat. Right. Time to move to the scene of the crime. Windibank's Pawnbrokery. 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 Windibank's Pawnbrokery. This is some interesting reading here. It's got all these names. That's a log. You daft idiot. Well, it's some interesting reading. Have you ever heard? This is where it happened then last night. That's right. The 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. No sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone is the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. Yeah, I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oi, I heard that! Oh, Inspector! Good morning. Suppose I ought to thank you for the vigilance last night. Got to the scene before it was disturbed at least. Shame you let 2 rogues get away, mind. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened. Harry's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming. I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley. and see that Daddy has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are attending him as we speak. I do love that Gregson just holds such respect. He's like, yes, ma'am. This 10-year-old who, yes, is an inventor and a doctor of medicine, which sometimes just completely slips my mind, you know. Is just respected by this fucking inspector. Hold on. Oh yeah, I still have this on my phone. I was looking at TikToks during my break. Shut the fuck up. Jesus. So there was on the group chat. There was a Davian posted a picture. It was like so was it a one-star review of some place, and it was like cashier was having a bad day. It was taking it out on customers, and the response from the owner, I'm sorry he did that. We took him out back and shot him. Just like, Jesus, okay.
And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Dude, what blackmail does she have on Gregson? That is the only explanation. There's no way. I mean, she pays him, yes, but like... The gent in the black is totally blameless. Everyone is in agreement about that. Do you believe it? It's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about personality change. Well, I mean manners. Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Just the... That is the best animation I've ever seen. The animations in this game are just delightful. Absolutely fucking delightful. I love them. Well, perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice?
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Grexy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me. If you'd like some.
Glug, 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 glug. Ah, lovely. Ta very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. I don't even recognize him like this. It is very weird. Investigation. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? Nothing too really. Very simple cases. But some very definitive evidence. Just about the trial that diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to charge her? That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge debated tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid.
I see. Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in last night, have you?
What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you? How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Am I never to try to keep a secret from Iris? So you've arrested the two men that shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes, they were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Mr. Stodd is being held at prison. She should be. Assuming she hasn't lifted the key from a jailer, of course. I do love that animation as well. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinus. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy, no visiting at all. Oh. That bullet must have hit an artery in the midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But hemorrhaging like that, it would make even the one and only Sherlock Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having an emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding. But he will be alright, won't he? Are we able to make him better? Of course, your ladyship. He'll be right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course. Yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why. Bad fucking liar. We'd better put the doctor something progressive. What's needed to make someone well again? Oh dear, please don't die, Hurley. Don't worry, he's in the second game. I think. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theatre. Speaking of, her ladyship. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? Out with it, sunshine. Well, there's something to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. What's the sauce, Sonny? Well, careful, we don't need to we don't go in for favoritism. But he's right, you do treat us differently. It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Sholmes stories, that's why. Oh? I got a crop up in them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Early's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. Go to the Sholmes lines, eh? Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. That's how you put it. Oh, did I write that? And you know what that one line did for me, eh? Very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, because everyone in the yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Sholmes stories. I even set up a fan club. Even set up a fan club for him. That's sweet. Wait, didn't he say he hated the stories? Didn't he say that he gets made fun of? Of course, that explains everything. It's around that time that you became such a toady to me. Can't you blame me? All it take is one bad word from you and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's quite overrated these days. Think what happened to my cellar for that came out in print. Oh, so he's being a fucking brown nose. So he won't get shat on. Ah, Pastel! Hey, Jay, what's up? Jay's raiding with 7 people. Hey! Hello there, Starbane. I recognize you from the stream that I tuned in for.
Are we? Hey, what's up? You are, thank you everyone for being here. Hello, hello, hello. You're just in time. I say just in time, it's been 3 hours. But you're, I'm Hodgepodge. I would say, at the very least, an acquaintance of Jay's. She pops up every once in a while to my streams. And I pop in every once in a while to hers when I can. If you want to know about me, I do things. I play games. I am in the middle. This is case 5 of the Great Ace Attorney adventures. So we're last legs. I say last legs, and this is a long case from what I've seen. But I hope you all stick around. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. And if you want to leave for spoilers, that is completely fine. Because, I'm not sure everyone has finished this game. But thank you, Jay, for rating, of course. And thank you, everyone, for coming and joining. I hope you enjoy. But anyway, whole thing's giving me the willies. Can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it. But that would never happen, Grexy. Every month, when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Stick around for a little bit, but I haven't played this yet, so I'll probably piece out. Yes, exactly. Like, I know there are a couple of people, my boyfriend included, who does not watch for the express purpose of I don't want to be spoiled. So. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. And there he goes at drinking. I wonder if it has something in it. She says it's herbal. Lovely. It's all very much. Really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. What? Oh, yeah, there's someone I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, what is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it until now. An important message? I wonder what it could be. Alright. Funny you mentioned Ace Attorney. Recently got a physical copy for Switch of Ace Attorney Trilogy. That's a good one. I got outside Japan. It was weird to see a new unopened copy. Getting on the leg. And... No, well, the Ace Attorney Trilogy, do you mean a physical copy? Were there never any physical copies of that game? Because I have a digital copy on my 3DS. That is how I got into the trilogy. Actually, I got into the Ace Attorney by watching a basically full playthrough of physical copy. Okay, I actually got into Ace Attorney by watching a full playthrough of one from a dude named Super Genius. He doesn't upload anymore. He's very busy. But he used to upload a lot of stuff. That's also why I got into Danganronpa. Super Genius. Check him out. He doesn't do anything, but check him out anyway. Anyway, important message. Are you going to tell me what this important message is? I miss Super Genius. I do too. He popped up on a John stream once, actually. A recent John stream, a couple months back. He took time out of his busy being a Japan salaryman schedule, and was on one of the streams. His Resident Evil playthrough with John was fantastic as it was. Sometimes that's such a good one. And his part in the Battletoads race. Let's not forget that one. That's a fucking classic. Snakes. God, I love that. What's up? Oh Jesus. But yeah, he was on a John stream a couple back as a co-com. It was fantastic hearing his voice again. Like, and his fucking chemistry with John has not changed. It is the same chemistry they had in Resident Evil 5. It's so good. I don't know what the stream was called. Don't remember. So I know it's somewhere on the archive channel.
Yeah, I know, but I wish I could remember the name of it. It's on his archive channel, I'm pretty sure. It has to have been. It has to have been on his archive channel. I just don't know where. It was a good few months back. It can't have been anywhere before October of last year. Or no, maybe it was. Fuck, I don't remember, honestly. I'm trying to think what he was even playing. I watched so many John streams, I can't fucking remember. But anyway, let's get on with the thing. It's about a young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Nope, not anymore. She's had to head off. Head off? Where? Lord Stronghardt's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. Forgotten all about that. One of the witch stalks took her off here there in a yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you that she didn't have the fare for the return journey to go and to go meet her there. She's got a nerve using Scotland Yard's blooming messaging service. I say blooming messages service. God. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie go to see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice offices to fetch her straight away. Alright. To Lord Strongheart's. A new location has been added. It's not a new location. It is the same location we've been in countless times, actually. Countless times. About 3-ish, actually. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice. It still sounds like gunshots. I know it's supposed to be like loud fucking typewriter ass, but it does not. It sounds like gunshots. Which is funny to me. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think this place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at the suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So, everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust? Yes, thank you very much. I already knew who was talking to who there. There they are. Chisato-san and Lord Strongheart. Wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. What? No, we're not leaving. What are you fucking talking about? And she's not leaving alone either. Fuck you. She's staying. She has been invaluable. And she is basically the Maya of this. I mean, she's dressed as such anyway. Wait, what did he just say? You'll return to your homeland? Chisato-san! There goes the doves. Oh, Mr. Naruto. What was all that about? Ah, Mr. Naruto. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's all this? Wait, what's all this about? Why are you talking about Mr. Sato returning to her homeland? And tomorrow? Something else going on here. There is something else going on here. I know there is. There always is in a case 5.
Around case 5 is literally when shit gets to be like, there's something else afoot. I know there is. Tomorrow? Oh, what about Ginny's trial? Traditional Maya, no! You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. So is it just her, or is it both of us? Mr. Sato, what is all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only about me going back to Japan. That's still something to concern... for me to concern... Can I please words? It's still causing me concern. Your life here can continue just as it has. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen... Oh no. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikitoba? Mikotoba? Isn't it Miki? Isn't it Mikitoba? Have I been mispronouncing it? Bone on bone meat on the... Wrong series. There are 2 visual novels having to do with murder, yes, but this is the one with the lawyers. I'm surprised there hasn't been an ultimate lawyer. I am surprised there has not been an ultimate lawyer in these games. But who knows? They might add another one because I think they're working on Danganronpa 4. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, speaking of which, so that board game, that full version of the board game from V3, expect me to stream that a good amount. Oh, my mistake. Meat the bone on. It took me a while to figure that one out, actually. It takes some people to really... It takes people a little bit to figure that one out. Bone on the meat? On the meat bone? Meat on the bone? God. That fucking trial, man. PC. I have been, hold on. I need to make sure of something. I have been saying Susato's last name incorrectly for 7 parts. Every time her last name comes up, I thought it was Mikitoba. This will be hype streams. Yes. I assume there will either be slight spoilers for the games, or there won't, but it'll probably slip out of me. So if you've played those games, don't watch those streams, please. If you haven't played those games. If you have played those games, please watch, you know. I love those. I loved that board game, by the way. It's like that is literally like my favorite part of Danganronpa V3. I loved the story, I loved the characters. Gonta is the best character in that game. Don't fucking at me. But like the board game like just got me. Also, it's a bit of a gacha game,
So, of course I was gonna be a little addicted. Anyway, we received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown. He seems to grow weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to our country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mr. Sato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she's been formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial had already been set for tomorrow. I gotta run now, getting me back. So oh, good! But if you're streaming later, I'll be back. But if not, have a great ass night and the rest of the stream. Thank you. I'll be live for another hour and a half, so depending. Gina, the Lestrade girl, and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes? An all too conspicuous case. Pickpocket was created, disturbed mid-robbery, and shot the man in panic. Yeah, no. That's never the case. No, the art is overstretched as it is. No, they're wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Jenny would never do something like that. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart? In defense of your fine services today, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now. Ah! Of course, Lord Strongheart. Strongheart? Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. Police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. There are far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made it similar yesterday. Sorry about that. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me." There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart. Which is... it's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her? A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair! Iris, we already know why that is. We already know why that is, Iris. She refused their service. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only to sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. Why would she... We already know! Ryunosuke! We already know this! We were literally there! Why would she do that? The question would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. We were already there! Jesus! Sorry, gotta stretch. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. Ah. What a day. Gina charged with murder, Susato-san about to leave. fuck? Trust him, what the fuck? Hold on. The crying emoji, hold on. Hold on. I had to make that. I had to make a joke.
Come, Mr. Naruto. Iris, we must make haste. But, Susie... You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Are you packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose is to remains to help you in whatever way I can.
Thank you, Mrs. Sato. It's a very pensive look.
I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish you well before I leave.
Oh.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go.
If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Now, before we leave to that, I have to piss. So I will be right back. Yeah, I won't put you guys on an intermission. I'll just be right back. I just have to piss. Be right back.
Keep clicking the wrong buttons. Anyway, we're back. Also, I just saw a mythology TikTok. It was a novice, like a novice mythology like nerd, and he's like, "Oh, dude, it says here Persephone is Hades is Persephone's uncle. I almost threw up when I read that." And I was thinking like, ugh. Well, you're not gonna like the rest of it. And at some point, he's like, I really want to read Zeus' stories. Everyone knows he's the good guy. Ah, okay, yeah, you're not ready for that. You're not ready for finding out that Zeus fucked a woman as a swan. And for those of you who don't know, Zeus fucked a woman as a swan. How does that work? That's a good question. Mythology, that's how it works. Mythology is great. If, like, I am a mythology buff. I love mythology. Love things. Love things that, like, interpret it and, you know. Like, I love the God of War games. Even though I've only played number 2. I've seen every other one, though. Besides the new one. Where he shouts boy a lot. God of War Boy Edition. Sorry, pretzel. Hello again, Gina. You gonna load that every time? What are you lot here for now? That muzzle of the grenade laughter shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load that ammunition, that thing, don't I? Look, you can come as many times as you like, but I ain't gonna say nothing more. I ain't got nothing more to say to you. I'm leaving tomorrow. I just wanted to say bye. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I've made so many I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a calm parting indeed. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent. Gina, they've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to say goodbye to my friends and they're so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Wow! Jesus! Susato, really? God! What? It's my fault? Yes, so I have one final request. Jesus Christ. Susato just... Instead of laying the guilt on, you're saying to laying the guilt on thing, she took the guilt, put it on a hammer, and bashed Gina in the head with it. Pfft, your fault there, my friends are unhappy. Make them happy again! Before I leave! Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they believed in you. They've invested in you. Huh? Only by doing that, will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What the fuck? fuck? What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh?
You told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Irish the truth now. This is my last request before I leave. My last request is a judicial assistant. No, I can't.
Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? I have a feeling. The one in which Master... Master? Uh-huh, yeah, thank you, Brain. Magnus McGilder was acquitted. The case of the mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about?
Yeah, you're right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you would believe.
Y'all figured he was fucking guilty.
Will you tell us about it now?
I am ready to hear this. I am ready to fucking hear this. Let's fucking go! What the fuck did that lion sack of shit do?
Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. Coppers got hold of me and shoved me into the witness stand.
Based on your testimony, Mr. McGilder was declared innocent.
Yeah, well, thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff.
Knew it.
What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It's pitch black in that little cubbyhole. Couldn't see a thing, and then... Blood. I heard the loud thud like someone falling to the floor.
And that's what Mr. McGilder discovered you?
Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me next to the dead man. There weren't not much light to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had coves of blood all over him. I was so scared I couldn't even speak.
You had his blood on your hands? In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw into the skylight.
Then Mr. McGilder started asking me questions, I suppose.
Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat.
Yeah, he did. Only that's not all.
What do you mean?
I mean, he threatened me.
Should have fucking figured that man would. I should have figured that asshole did.
Threatened you how?
He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard, and what he was going to do after the cove was found. After the cove was found dead, he made me swear I'd tell no one about any of it. If I did, he'd let me scarp before the coppers showed up.
What does Scarper mean? Gina, you must tell me you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. Saw? You said McGilder swore you not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in a pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you?
Yeah, well, yes, with Mr. McGilder sitting above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor, I let out a scream, see? I couldn't help it. McGill had heard that and dragged me out by my arm, and that's when I saw it. He was on the floor next to the old geezer what had been stabbed. A disc. All bright and shiny. That disc is somehow connected to this? Do you mean... Yeah, that's it. The one that... what the D took off me in the window banks. So the music box disc was there on the floor on the omnibus. Not for long, McGill had swatted it straight away. Picked it up smartish and stuffed it inside his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago? At the scene of the Mr. Mason's murder? That's what the bog trotter told me. I want to mutter a word of it to no one. She heard. Because it was so dark under the seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was Mr. McGilda getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh? Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. So we lied about that too. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilda and the victim. Mr. Thrice fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilda claimed he slept during the carriage ride. And your own testimony, Gina, supported this.
Had to.
Yeah, that weren't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time, in low voices.
What? What were they talking about?
Sorry, I don't know. Sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGill and the victim knew each other.
We already knew that. Didn't we already know we had a debt with him?
Oh, McGilda was lying, as I suspected. I knew it wasn't going to take long before someone raised the alarm and the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the right roof deck noticed very quickly. So when the cab came to a stop, McGilda told me to dive back under the seat again. Climbed in and waited. 2 cows up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, after they're gone, McGilda told me to ask the driver to do him a favour. A favour? Now then, fella, what I need you to do is take the coat of mine, and deposit it near the nearby pawnbroker. Ooh. And for your troubles, let's see now. Aye, I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yup, you got it. It was Winterbanks. Coyote snapped up money and ran off to pop his coat as fast as he could. So there was no one left in the carriage. McGill did open the box under the seat and let me get out of there. Oh, not without conditions. I see. What are conditions? What are McGilda's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean. Not telling a soul. Not for anything. But what I saw, what I heard. And there was something else as well.
There's more?
Yeah. It's the most important thing, he said. It's the most important thing, he said. I'm after sending the coachman on a little errand for me. With some more change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did he see anything at all? At all? You asked him to go pop your weasel, right? Aye, the fiend's taken me coat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. And I want you lass to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? Well, you want me to have the ticket? That's right. I'll come fetch it from you later. Sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then, is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be late at all, you're to go to the pawn shop in the bank, so it is, and you're to extend the loan for 2 months. For 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited, and any old fiend will come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lass? Don't try anything funny now. If you go against me. Yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police. I have no doubt. The coppers? Aye. They'll come asking for you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What is it that you might say, and what is it that you won't? Jesus. After he'd gone all over it, I parked it, but as far away from there as I could. He hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it next day once it got dark. So McGill had planned it. Where's Gina into giving a false testimony? Not coerced. Blackmailed. Blackmailed is the correct word. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I was about to click with my mouse. I lied in a big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, he said he would make it so we couldn't live on the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting bored together. So you mean Mr. McGilded would have... In a heartbeat, he could have had us the lot, chased us out of there if he'd wanted. And where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on a minute. You must be livid. Well, you can make amends. You can make amends by doing me a simple favor. A favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Hurley's having a big operation right now, Ginny.
Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Someone's gonna be alright, right? Oh, my heart, dude. She's so worried. Oh. Behind that tough exterior, she is a fucking sweetheart, I know it. She's really worried about Sholmes. I love that. She's like, no. Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? Please tell me he's gonna be alright. That's why I wanted to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything.
Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it?
Something like that. Mr. Sato?
Oh, yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. Don't need one of those to tick off for me, though. No lawyer or nothing.
Yeah, that's why you're not gonna rip up the papers, right?
Poor Ginny. She seems so lonely.
These representation papers have been entered to the court record. Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene in Winterbanks now.
Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there.
I feel like we've cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now, it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Winterbanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. That is to be continued. We are not going to end the stream because we have another hour. But, I am out of drink. So, I'm not going to put you guys in intermission again. We're just going to, I'm going to be right back, okay? Just kind of quick, get drink. Right back. I have drank. Sweet. Current progress.
And in investigation part 4, we will actually get to investigate. I am assuming we will not be finishing investigation part 4 in a little less than an hour. So, we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? Should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship? How? I don't believe it. How the devil you get that stubborn little ragamuffin to sign that? I salute you. This is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
It fucking goes down that shit, dude.
What the fuck? Like an alcoholic downing his favorite fucking beer, dude. Oh, lovely. Let's see now. Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. Fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Do as you please. You know what happened. Through the door behind the counter. It's the storeroom where I discovered Mr. Winterbank. Gina. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will be investigating the storeroom as well, Inspector? Well, I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. There's so many articles to go through, it's taken forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there are another case the yard needs to investigate urgently. What Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So all I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine.
Sunshine.
I don't know. I just all of a sudden thought about the fucking Remember the Titans bit.
Sunshine.
I don't know. I remember there was a someone told me about like a pay-per-view thing for Remember the Titans, but it was cut off, so it was Remember the Tit. And there was my sister worked at a movie theater once, and the only time American Assassin came out, I think that's what it was called. The you know those little things at the top of the thing where it says where it's like it's digital and it says like what the movie is. Well, on top of it, it said American Ass, and she's like, ah, yes, good. She did notify the management and said, hey, we have American Ass above our things, so you might want to change that. And they're like, oh shit, yeah, we'll do that. She was management at one point too, which is very cool. It's just, I never like think of me knowing managers and how I do. She's at another store now. Anyway, Zem. Let's see.
He sounds so the pawnbroker puts articles.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes you can find some real treasures among the junk, you know.
Like at my thrift store. It is a pawn shop, but at my thrift store, I found a GameCube copy of Twilight Princess for $3. And I'm like, yes. And technically, I paid like $2.25 for it because I got a discount because I worked there.
I find video games all the time there, but never anything good, usually. There's stuff like, although we did have some Super Nintendo games, like Super Mario World, I think Kirby Superstar, Donkey Kong Country, and then we also had some Olympic game. I forgot. It was like something about some odd in the like the stolen rings or some shit.
Are you alright, Bruno? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you own them. Or statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever.
That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. That is how thrift shop. Actually, thrift shop I work is a very markdown one. You might just be able to fucking pick out what store I work by just me describing it. But we have so many. Even though we're a markdown store, a severely marked down store, shirts are like $4, pants are $4, jeans are like $5. People will come up to me and complain about the prices.
Why is this shirt $4? Look at this. It has a stain, and
It's like a little, like, itty-bitty blue stain on a red shirt that no one will fucking tell.
I demand to see a manager and have the price changed.
And I'm like... It's so... Like, I don't get anyone that bad, but I do have people who pick out stains and go, can I get this marked down? And we always have to say prices are non-negotiable. And every once in a while, most people are like, oh, okay. But every once in a while, we'll have a person like, can I see your manager about that? And I'm like, they're gonna tell you the same thing, but sure. Anyway. Yo, the lamp's broken. There's an article ledger here in Mr. Windibank's notes and... That's the same picture we have. What's this? It looks as though someone left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back, there's some writing. It's the same one we have.
Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie, show us.
And a blue thumbprint. One gentleman's overcoat. That is the... Oh my god! Learn about pain, £1, redemption deadline 15th of April. This is the exact ledger for McGilded's coat. Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly there's a very fine coat, in fact. I think.
Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday.
And is still wearing, which belonged to Mr. McGilded. I never expected a redemption to be handed on the back of a photograph, though. Also, there's a bloody thumbprint! Can we talk about that?
Seems Mr. Windibank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have on hand.
This photograph of a cat. It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere recently.
Oh, yes, you're right! Very recently. It's the same one as Ginny gave us earlier.
Of course! I was forgetting she gave us that print.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Naruto? Get it out!
Alright, alright. It's at the cog's turn. Exact same print.
Yes, they are the exact same.
Except for the bloody thumbprint! Can we talk about this?
I've got it. 2 photographs hide an amazing secret.
A secret? What does she mean?
You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really want to know?
She's a 10-year-old.
Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about the pair of photographs.
Oh my god. So, Iris, about these 2 photographic prints. The one we found on Mr. Winterbank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that is hidden between these two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? You look carefully. The two prints aren't the same, not exactly. They're not. Have another look at them now. Oh, fuck! The cat's face. I've just noticed. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. Pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel like I've heard that word before recently? Because we were in here recently. Hold on. Get you fucking here. If you've been here before recently, sorry if that looked gross. And Mr. Sholmes was using one. Oh yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes told us yesterday. You see, there it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course, the magical machine. The magical machine that makes the pictures almost real enough to touch. Fucking hell. 3D. Ooh. You know what's funny? Is this was on the 3DS first. So... well, actually... it's quite possible to see the same depth in the pictures even without those contraptions. What? Really? Are we not going to talk about the bloody thumbprint on one of them? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have at any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful, then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. You let her explain, though? We really need to get investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. I love this music. There's the fucking... Why is that noise in here? I'm sorry, this is so good. Stereoscopic prints work. Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes? Shocking. Shit, I have two? I thought I had one this entire time. My world is a lie. Ow. Oh god, ow. You're closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away. When you see with your left eye, what you see with your right eye. I don't see anything different. Ever so different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. I can just imagine Sasota going, "Oh, that's amazing!" Just like... Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two views into one. But that's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? Does so much without telling me. I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left eye view
and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie.
If you persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you see the depth in these prints?
Yes, Bruno, you're beginning to understand.
Oh. There we go.
Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Susato-san really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes, that's the main thing. Can you both do that?
Cross my eyes? I think I can.
Watch me and see if you can copy.
Ah! 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 Oh, this is freaky. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Get away from me. Make your eyes do this. Ah, I don't like that. Get it away from me, please. No, no. Stop it, Susato. Both of them doing it. I don't like it. I've seen pictures of people with crossed eyes before, but this is weird. I don't like it.
I don't think I can do that. It's just... I don't think I can do it.
I think I've tried, like, many times, and I just... It's gonna fix my nose. God, that's weird. Oh my god, that's weird. I think I almost did it. I just... Hold on, let me see if I can do it, to the camera. Just... Please, in the comments of this VOD, or if you're watching right now, please tell me if I did it. Because I can't tell. It's so weird to see this! Well, now it's your turn, Bruno. The trick is to concentrate to look at the bridge of your nose. Both eyes at the same time, okay. Fuck. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring across it. Alright, that's enough practice. Let's try looking at the prints. God.
Start by staying at one point and slowly crossing your eyes.
I wonder. Trying. I really am. It's just... Fuck.
You try it now, Bruno.
Just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose.
The print split into two images for you. Now the next step. Put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again.
Slowly merge together.
They form a new single image in the center. Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see in the middle now!
That's so cute. Jesus Christ, stop it. At first it was freaky, now it's silly. It's still a little freaky.
It looks so real, oh, I could do it all, look at it all day.
I wouldn't advise that, your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Bruno. continue looking at through the two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep pressing position your eye until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this. Like this, is it? Could I not do it? There, you managed it! So now you, now you know stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know how who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Bruno? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist. But people find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. Saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press the little knob here. And set a pair of photographs in the stand in the back end. It's still amazing, even though I roughly know how it works. Some people still find the magic in things, even when the magician reveals his tricks. I don't know how deep that is, so if it is deeper than I thought, I'm sorry for anyone who is now reconsidering their life choices or thinking of things differently. Like cross-eyed, for example. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. Find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. These little machines are so affordable. Surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own two eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. Never heard of them until yesterday. Certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. You'll need it for the trial, I swear you will. Talk about this bloody thumbprint. Look, this dark red smear here is made by somebody's finger. Do you think it could be blood? Do you see any red marks? Any red marks as blood, Iris? It's a bit morbid, I think. It's blood. But it's almost certainly blood, isn't it? 10-year-olds today. Ryunosuke, it's blood. It's blood. There's no way it isn't blood. Examine the lamp, please. Really is enormous, isn't it? An awful lot of work to keep all track all these hundreds of items on pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me. Well, clearly, Mr. Windenbank was very careful when it came to articles in his care. Okay, sure. I guess I'm not allowed to see it. In that door. Storeroom, isn't it? That's what Grexy. That is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Grexy said. Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Mr. Windenbank's face down on the floor, Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. You must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. We will. And that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are any clues in there, I'll find them. I don't like taking a 10-year-old into a crime scene. But okay, I guess we're doing that. Can we move into the crime scene? Yeah, okay, we're in the back storeroom. 16th April. I'm back. Oh, cool. We have like 30 minutes in the stream. With vengeance. The revenge of the Y-boner. With a vengeance. I'm sorry. Thought of that quote. Oh, Herlock. Herlock? What the fuck am I? Oh, Helsing Ultimate Abridged. Thinking of Herlock. And Harlock, I guess. So you might get spoilers. I'm not sure. We're in investigation part 4 of case 5. So, I don't know. Oh, Iris. Also, you will learn, when you play these games, you will learn to love Iris because she is a precious cinnamon. I'll watch with eyes closed. I'm reading the entire text. Iris. You will learn to love Iris because she's a precious cinnamon bun that needs to be protected. Poor Iris. She's clammed out completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winterbank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Her hair bow is how no one could. Her hair bow. How could no one like her? But like, you know, it's just. Wait, Inspector. What is it now, Sunshine? How could anyone not like her? Rather, yeah, it's just. But you will learn to love her. I love her. She's so cute. She's so cute and innocent, and I love her. What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think Scotland Yard would run away? Inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer? Do ya? Iris. Well. I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. Don't know what to say to her. You're running away from me, you're running away from the 10-year-old. When you put it like that, Ryunosuke. I'm afraid this is all a little much for the young Iris. Some general reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector? Eh? Oh, I hate seeing her like this. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not That is not the right fucking thing to say, Gregson. That's terrible. I don't think that went very well. Oh, Gregson. Like Gumshoe, only Gumshoe is more charming. Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine. I told you not to get out of my feet. Fucking hell. And we have to investigate and injure ourselves, yeah. Yes, I'd like to hear more of what this socially kept inspector has to say. Is he holding a bag of wedges? He is holding fish and chips in a newspaper. What are wedges? This seems like a food item. What are wedges? You mean like potato wedges? Yeah.
basically what he sold. It's a bag of fish and chips, which is French fries, but they call them chips in Great Britain, I guess. Yes, very British, yes. I mean, they drink tea, we also call them chips here. Oh, okay. So we're the only place that calls them French fries. Well, it's probably not the only place, but we're probably one of the only places.
Oh, Harry.
And inquire into how Mr. Sholmes' operation is going. Converse! Scene for crime. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Pshaw, got eyes, haven't you? Use them. Here's what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand?
So, Greg, see what you make of the crime scene here.
Oh, yes, your ladyship. Would you allow me to humbly explain? Last night, shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland police attended the scene. The one and only door to this storeroom was found locked in. His fucking animation of going just gets me. Like, it's really good. The animations in this game are a delight. I saw a tweet where it was like, what a jolly British fella. I wouldn't call him jolly. Only around Iris. But, saw a tweet where it was like, other people in games, oh, the graphics aren't realistic, bleh. And then like me when I and then it's just like a video of this person just like recording a bit of this game, and it's Ryunosuke like pacing in the courtroom, and her just being them just being amazed, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah. That is about accurate. We Ace Attorney fans are easy to please. We are easy to please. Like in terms of like graphic department, if the animations are funny, and we see fucking pacing in the courtroom, we're floored. The one and only door of this storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside. Yes, that's what he just said.
The lock appears to be broken now, though. What was the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. We smashed it as humbly as we could. We smashed that like button as humbly as you can, please. A fair bit about great AA fixing a lot of what's wrong with the other 3D AA games? I don't know. I honestly liked I liked what was it? Oh god. Dual Destinies. It was Dual Destinies. See, here's the thing. I like Dual Destinies, but it is not high up on my list of favorite AA games. The top, of course, is Trials and Tribulations. The after that is the original Phoenix Wright. Apollo Justice is somewhere in there, and I don't know where to put it. But bottom of the list is the second game, Justice for All. That was kind of dumb. That was not a very good game. But you know what? I would probably say like Dual Destinies and Apollo are kind of tied. Hold on. My headphone has has informed me that it was going to die, so I had to switch headphones. But JFA had Franzi's debut. I do love Franziska. The cases, though. Turnabout, Big Top. I loved the magician. He was fucking gay as hell, and I loved him. But, like, everything else. What were the other cases in that game? Because I don't remember that game a lot, like, at all. Oh, and then the last case, of course. Which was... As much as I loved the twist of that case, it was very dull. Like, a lot of it was... The second game was kind of dull. Francisco whipping everyone was fucking fantastic, but everything else was kind of dull. Like, not going to lie. From what I remember, I don't remember much of Trials and Tribulations either, but I remember a little more. Also, I remember in Turnabout Big Top, the clown is one of his, like, it's one of his, like, when he's, like, he snaps back instead of still going, he recites the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme, but clowns. In West Clowndelphia, born and raised. Which was the weirdest thing. And then the judge recognized it. Like, I was like... Anyway. Oh. As you can see, the victim was, discovered, prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child. I feel like she's going to be treated fairly in the trial, don't you? Then again, we get frequently called, just like I think like their last case, we got like our client was also Japanese. And they called him a vile Japanese man. Like, and I'm just like, bro, I know this is the 1800s, but bro, it is, like, just blatant racist in some cases. Like, and like, I get it, period piece. I'm not mad about it. It's just fucking, just like, it just goes, it's just like, that vile Japanese man. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, can you not? And we always get called, by the prosecutor in this game, who is extra as hell, by the way. My learned Nipponese friend, which is just weird to me. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yeah, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. Isn't the prosecutor like Dracula or something? He does start the trial like this all the time, but he's not Dracula. He is called something related to Dracula, but he's not Dracula. Like his nickname, not his actual name. That's what he wants you to think. He's actually a vampire. Thinking about it now, it would make sense. And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No. Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. Wouldn't they have collected that for evidence? Then again, you would be very much surprised what they do and do not collect for evidence in this game. in these games, actually. In general, sometimes I'm like, isn't that evidence? Shouldn't we not mess with that? Oh, was the second game with that weird chef, too? That weird chef. Dressed in pink and was, like, very, like, feminine. I think the investigation team's aide needs a training somewhere. Yeah? I feel like the second game had that weird chef, too. I don't remember that case too well, but I remember there was a chef. That was also the... Now that I'm thinking about it, there's also the game that we started with amnesia, because we got hit over the head. and where we found out that Phoenix's ringtone is just the Steel Samurai theme. He was very French and very gay, yes. That one.
What, the key? What, the key to the storeroom?
Sorry, that was Ryunosuke. Oops.
And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which leaves our ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. I do love the animation of him popping up another fish. Like, just so good. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. In front of her ladyship, of course. After that, I'll just say that she's a vile gutter child. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Yeah. Sholmes' operation. How's that going for him?
Grexy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is his operation finished? Is Hurley alright, you see?
Oh, thingy, so...
Don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just, well...
Out with it!
She's about to fucking suicidal throw him. Psych! I will do it, bitch! I won't hesitate, bitch! Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. The lady's sting renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body anesthetized? Is that even possible? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest sting isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. They couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
You used too much anesthesia then.
Fuck. This is why anesthesiologist is a very high-paying job. You become an anesthesiologist, you can pay for anything in the world, because that is the most specialized and careful fucking procedure, dude. I remember I was under anesthesia for an injury I acquired a while back. I had a cool thing somewhere near my rear end called an abscess. Do not look up pictures if you want to eat right tonight. But it basically, they had to drill me another asshole, as I like to say. And I was under anesthesia. I'm scared of searching because my grandpa woke up in the middle of his rip. And that's why anesthesiologists get paid very well, because they know how much anesthesia to put in you. That guy was definitely a bad anesthesiologist. But I was scared when I first went in. My then boyfriend at the time was with me, and I was looking at the doctor. I was like, please, like, just, you won't like put any like I've heard horror stories, doctor. You won't put more anesthesia in me than I need, right? You won't. And he's like, don't worry. Anesthesiologist here is a great anesthesiologist. He's very trained. Very trained, done a lot of operations. I was like, thank you. That is all I needed to hear. Like, I was so scared because I had heard, I had never been under anesthesia, and I was like, I was petrified. I was like, no, please. And they had to, because again, they had to drill me another asshole. It was not a fun thing that I had to go through. I actually couldn't, like, sit for a while, and I had to lay down. Does not sound pleasant. No, it wasn't. The pain before I got it, before I got that operation, wasn't pleasant either. Let me state that right now. Having an abscess near your ass, like, right, it was pressing up against the tailbone, so it was incredibly painful. I was in pain constantly. Like, and we got an x-ray done. Nothing was found. Because again, it was an abscess. And that's a skin thing. Have to pass part. Jesus. Thank God, my boyfriend at the time, who lived very near me, was a sweet guy and was always like, I was middle of the night texting him one night, and I was like, I am in so much pain I can't go to sleep. And he's like, I am going to Walgreens to get you pain medication. What are your favorite snacks? I was like, what are your favorite snacks? I was like, Mike and Ike's and Cheetos. He's like, I'm getting you Mike and I was like, I'm getting you Mike and Ike's and Cheetos. And I'm like, thank you. And then, on the day we got the operation, he was the one who took me to the hospital. Because, like, he had come, like, this was end of term college. He came to see me because I was in so much pain, and I was like, oh my god, I'm in so much pain. And he was like, 1 second. He went to the back room. He called my mom. And he's like, I'm not sure if he called her Linda. He called her Linda or Mrs. Zelder, or sorry, they now. I'm binary now. But she's like, they're like, Mrs. Zeller, yeah, he's in a lot of pain, and I'm taking him to the hospital. And she goes, I will meet you there as soon as I can. And he's like, all right, get in the car, we're going to the hospital. I was like, okay. So yeah, that was not fun. Anyway, oh my! No one knows if the anesthetic is in the system or the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. The moment he opens up his eyes to your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. In matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Of course. Okay, so now, we do not have time to examine the scene. We will be doing that, this Wednesday. Because we're doing a whole week of a whole week, which is 2 days, whole week of this, because we missed a couple of weeks ago and we were supposed to do this yesterday, but I was tired as fuck. So, but so for upcoming weeks, the schedule again is this Wednesday we will be having another stream of this. And then the next week we'll be back to restarting Fatal Frame and continuing this, because I am assuming we're still going to be continuing. I'm assuming we still have a good amount of hours left in this game. And so, okay, so here's my plan. So Fatal Frame is around 7 hours, which would take us probably 2 sessions, 2 to 3, depending on how well I play the game. So if it comes to the fact that it only takes us, I need a calendar out. If it only takes us to next week and that week, if it only takes us 2 weeks, the next couple of weeks, so the next week we'll probably go through Ebe and get the true ending. And then later that week I'm getting Metroid, what is the new one called? I am drawing a blank. The new Metroid game. I'm getting the new Metroid game. I already pre-ordered it. It's coming on release day, according to Amazon. I hope it does. So, presumably, if we finish this next game in 2 sessions, we will be doing Ebe, and then Metroid. And if we have it done, but still before Halloween, Metroid Prime will be our primary game, and then whatever else secondary. So, TLDR, Wednesday, Ace Attorney. Next week, Fatal Frame and Ace Attorney. If Fatal Frame takes 2 weeks, only 2 weeks, we'll do Ebe. And if that only basically, if it takes before Halloween to finish the things I wanted to do, we will have Metroid Prime as Metroid, whatever the fuck it's called, as the primary game, and whatever else is the secondary. And also on the 29th of October, or somewhere near there, we will be having a Mario Party stream, because I cannot wait for Mario Party Superstars. I love it. Anyway, so, until I see you guys Wednesday, though, I hope you're having a wonderful night/day, wherever the hell you live, and, bye!
We are so glad you came. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye now. Bye. Bye-bye. Remember, please discard all candy wrappers and popcorn containers in the nearest trash receptacle.